Welcome to the regular meeting of the Fairfax City Council for Tuesday, May 24, 2022. We will begin this evening's meeting with an invocation given by Councilmember Yee, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. As you are able and so inclined, please rise.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and the blessings you've bestowed upon our great city. We ask for the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice to help guide our decisions to promote the well-being of our fellow neighbors in our city. We pray in particular for our students graduating this coming Tuesday from Fairfax High School and other nearby schools. We also pray for their continued safety. And we pray for the students and their families and their friends impacted by tragedies in Texas at Robb Elementary School and a local Alexandria City student. Lord, we also pray in remembrance this upcoming Memorial Day for the ultimate sacrifices made by our men and women in service to our nation. Please continue to watch over our city and the safety of our neighbors. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 4 on the agenda is presentations and proclamations. We have two this evening. The first is the proclamation for Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week. And I've asked my colleague John Staley to come down to stand with me because John serves on the Chesapeake Bay Water Resources Committee of the Council of Governments. The Council of Governments are all of the jurisdictions within the Washington metropolitan area in Maryland, D.C., and Virginia. And so I'm going to read this proclamation, and then I'm going to ask Councilmember Staley to say a few words, or more words if you'd like. All right. Whereas the Chesapeake Bay is the largest and most productive estuary in the United States, and actually on the planet, with its watershed spanning 6 states and the District of Columbia, and whereas the Chesapeake Bay watershed covering 64,000 square miles is an extraordinary and vital natural resource with some of the nation's most productive farm and forest lands, and whereas the Chesapeake Bay is fed by 50 major tributaries, including the Susquehanna River, the Potomac, the Rappahannock, the York River, the James River, and it stretches 200 miles from Havre de Grace, Maryland to Norfolk, Virginia. And whereas the Chesapeake Bay watershed is home to more than 18 million people, many of whom rely upon the watershed's natural resources for their livelihood and recreational activities, and whereas an important source of food for the Commonwealth of Virginia and the East Coast of the United States, the Chesapeake Bay produces more than 500 million pounds of seafood harvest each year. And whereas more than 83,000 farms in the Chesapeake Bay watershed contribute more than $10 billion to the regional economy and provide food for millions of Americans, and whereas the Chesapeake Bay's tributaries in the Commonwealth of Virginia are an important source of drinking water, which is essential for public health and economic growth and a vital resource for future generations. And whereas the rich history, pivotal economic importance, and astounding beauty of the Chesapeake Bay watershed never cease to amaze residents and visitors alike. And whereas the city of Fairfax is in the Chesapeake Bay watershed, which is important to the character and quality of life in the community and ultimately the health of the Chesapeake Bay. And whereas the city of Fairfax has recognized the importance of the Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week and has encouraged its members to do the same. Now, therefore, I, David Meyer, Mayor of the City of Fairfax, in concert with my colleagues on the Council, proclaim June 4 through 12, 2022, as Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week in the City of Fairfax, and urge all citizens to recognize the importance of this observance and to participate in events, activities, and educational programs designed to increase awareness of the importance of the Chesapeake Bay watershed in our community. And do we want to wait a moment until we get some...
We can go to the photo, and then we'll pick it up there.
All right, so I'm hoping that people at home will be able to hear what we're saying.
I apologize.
Oh.
The battery.
Okay, Councilmember Staley.
Well, thank you, Mayor Meyer. I love a quick pivot. I really appreciate the council and the mayor recognizing and continue to recognize Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week. It is a time to take a step back and remember the great watershed that we have around us. A big shout out to Chair Amy Jackson from Alexandria, who's currently chairing the committee, and all my colleagues on it. It is one of the best committees. We get to talk about the bay, get to talk about oysters and how much we enjoy them, and very much also breweries. If you think about all the water and where it goes and where it comes from, it ties into there. So it's my favorite committee on COG to be a part of. I get to chair the farm committee coming up as well. So it's a great space to be there. So take time, enjoy. Lots of pictures to share out what you're doing at Chesapeake Bay Awareness Week. So thank you, Mayor Meyer.
Okay. So folks, this summer, if you go to the beach and you cross the bridge, as you go over the bridge, the Bay Bridge, and you're thinking, I got to get to the beach, take a moment to think about that estuary, that incredible source of water right below the bridge that you're going over, and the importance it plays in our region. Okay, our next presentation is a proclamation that acknowledges the month of May as Poppy Month in the city of Fairfax. And let me take a moment to explain, for those of you who may not know, what Poppy Month is all about. In World War I, much of the fighting that occurred in areas of France, in the rural areas of France, including Flanders and other areas where poppies actually grow wild. And I had the opportunity to be in rural France last week. And as the train went through some of these rural areas, red poppies were growing wild out in these fields. And it reminded me of when we had observed Poppy Week in previous years. So I also wanted to note that I have a sort of a demographic unusual circumstance. My father was the youngest of 5. He had a much older sister who married a man who was 20 years older than she. And he was actually a World War I veteran. So my uncle had, when I was quite young, but old enough to remember, would tell me about his experiences in World War I. And those stories were hard for me to hear, but I'm so glad that he shared them with me. And the carnage that occurred during that conflict was the first of its kind in history because of the mechanization of war. And so after the war was over, there were observances, including using the poppy as a way to remember those who lost their lives. So I'm going to read a proclamation on Poppy Week in a moment, but I am going to introduce someone very special to help us do this observance this evening. And her name is Isabella Safori, and she is a first grader at the Oakton Montessori School here in the city on Oak Street, which is near the American Legion. don't think they wanted us to lower this.
Yeah, you might just have to.
Why don't I just take this off? Now, before I turn the microphone over to Isabella, I also want to introduce her first cousin, Alexa Robertson. Now, Alexa was the Miss Poppy 2 years ago? 3 years ago? 3 years ago. And so she escorted her cousin up here. And both of these girls are the granddaughters of Rand Gaber, who many of you knew as a city employee and a city resident. He lived on Ridge Avenue. And Rand was very active at the American Legion, and we miss him very much. So, Isabella, would you like to go ahead and read your poem? And maybe, Alexa, would you be willing to hold the microphone?
In Flanders fields the poppies blow between the crosses row on row that mark our place, and in the sky the larks still bravely singing fly. Scarce heard amid the guns below, we are the dead short days ago. We lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders field. Take up a quarrel with a foe, to you from failing hands we throw. The torch be yours to hold it high, if ye break faith with us who die. We shall not sleep though poppies grow in Flanders fields.
Thank you. Good job. I also want to encourage anyone who might be traveling to France, if they go to Flanders, there is a very beautiful American cemetery where many of our soldiers are buried. Thank you. And would you like to give one to each member of the council? Okay, before you go, we're going to read this proclamation, okay? Whereas America is the land of freedom, preserved and protected willingly and freely by citizen soldiers, and whereas millions who have answered the call to arms have died on the field of battle, and whereas a nation of peace must be reminded of the price of war and the debt owed to those who have died in war, and whereas the red poppy has been designed as a symbol of sacrifice of lives in all wars, and whereas the American Legion Auxiliary has pledged to remind America annually of this debt through the distribution of this memorial flower. Now, therefore, I, David Meyer, Mayor of the City of Fairfax, on behalf of all of its citizens, proclaim May 2022 as Poppy Month in the City of Fairfax, and ask that all citizens pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of freedom by wearing the memorial poppy during this month. And we're going to have a picture now, okay? You can let Alexa take this. We'll now go to item number 5 on the agenda, which is presentations by the public on any item not subject to a public hearing. We do have 2 public hearings later in the evening, and if you want to speak to items A or 8A or 8B, you'll have an opportunity to do so at that time. This is an opportunity to speak to the City Council on any other matter that you may wish to speak about. And we've had 5 individuals sign up prior to the meeting to speak. So I'm going to recognize and call upon these 5 individuals in the order in which they signed up, and then after that, if there's anyone else who would like to speak, they're welcome to do so. The first is Amanda Stamp. If you could come to the podium and state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Amanda Stamp, and I live on Antietam Avenue in Mosby Woods. I would like to take a moment to thank the City Council for the work you have done to address the concerns regarding nomenclature in the city and the impact you have on promoting inclusion, diversity, and a more accurate accounting of our city history. I'm here today to urge the Council to vote for the name changes in Mosby Woods. I've never felt comfortable with our street names, and I am reminded how hurtful they are every time my family and friends come to visit and comment on them. Over the last 2 years, our community and nation have been engaged in important conversations that have encouraged us to look internally at ourselves and our own biases and how our community can better represent history and change our systems and institutions to embrace inclusion, diversity, and justice for all. The city has done a great job bringing together community members to engage in thoughtful conversations around these issues and provided ample opportunity for everyone to have their say. But now we need to move forward. There are 2 specific items I want to address regarding the name changes: the concerns over the cost of making changes and the fear of erasing history by changing the street names. I am a firm believer in the importance of community, and as a community, we must think about the whole, not just ourselves. Change can be hard, and I understand that by changing the street names, there will be inconveniences for all who are affected. But there are times in our lives where we have the opportunity to do the right thing, regardless of the cost. It is not a waste of money to change street names that many find offensive, don't promote inclusion, and keep people from wanting to live in Mosby Woods. This is an important financial investment for the city and our future. In regards to the second item, I have heard many arguments that by changing the names in Mosby Woods, we will be erasing history. We are living in a city and an area that is surrounded by Civil War history, monuments, museums, battlefields. Let those things tell the stories of our history, not our neighborhood street names. I want our neighborhoods to embrace a welcoming community for everyone, not a biased account of history. And finally, I would like to say that we are standing in an important moment in our nation's history. How do we want to be remembered? If we say, we hear you, but we don't want to change because it's too hard, what does that say about our city and the legacy we are leaving for future generations? As Maya Angelou said, do the best you can until you know better. And then when you do know better, do better. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Amy Chase.
Hi, I am Amy Chase. I live at 10214 Ranger Road in the Mosby Woods neighborhood. I appreciate the thoughtful approach to the street rename project, including the stakeholder group, the public education sessions, and the multiple opportunities for public comment. You have invested what's necessary, and once the public hearing, is the sound cutting out?
Yes.
Okay. Once the public hearing occurs next month, we are ready for action. Once you finalize which streets are changing, we can all move on from gray areas and disagreement to focus on a more positive experience, contributing to new naming ideas. Based on all the things that we feel in our gut, all the things that we've learned and discussed in 2020 and 2021, and all the renaming trends around the country and here in our county that we've seen for the past 5 years or more, I believe strongly that there is a clear right answer for 3 street names in Mosby Woods. The names Plantation, Confederate, and Reb need to be removed from residential streets. The Mosby Woods Community Association survey this April already revealed a strong preference for these changes. There is consensus. The same clear answer applies for other street names up for consideration that are overtly tied to the Confederacy: Mosby Road, Stonewall Avenue, Lee Street, etc. The Confederate names must go. And then there's the name Mosby Woods itself. I understand that changing the neighborhood name is the responsibility of my community association, not the city. I hope that my neighbors will join together in our association's voting process to remove Mosby from our neighborhood name, adjusting the context for the rest of the Civil War-themed street names, including to the rest of those up for possible rename. That includes mine, Ranger Road. I urge the council to communicate to my neighborhood its wish that we avoid honoring a Confederate leader and that we play our part to minimize the number of streets that need renaming. There's even room to reinterpret Singleton. Currently, we assume the street is named with John Mosby's middle name, but if the neighborhood's name changes and we disassociate from Mosby, if someone Googles Civil War Singleton, they will see the first search result and learn about William Henry Singleton, who was born into slavery in North Carolina, gained freedom, and fought for the United States in the war. If the members of my community association are unwilling to rename in a reasonable time frame, maybe that's 2 or 3 months, I would respect the city council's voting to change more of the street names suggested by the stakeholder group. The research was done, ties to the Confederacy are present, and it's unacceptable to continue to choose the status quo. Thank you.
The next person to sign up is Laura Bowles.
Thank you. My name is Laura Bowles. I live on Antietam Avenue in the Mosby Woods neighborhood. I'd like to comment on the potential renaming of our neighborhood and several street names. While I greatly appreciate the outreach and opportunities the City Council has given to me and my neighbors to comment on this issue, tonight I want to share a slightly different perspective. I'm one of those people who honestly didn't think twice when I moved into Fairfax City and the Mosby Woods neighborhood 12 years ago. I had no idea who Mosby was, and honestly didn't pay attention to the street names until an African-American friend flinched when I gave him directions to my new home and said, "Turn right on Plantation Parkway." Here we are 12 years later, and I have been made aware several times just how uncomfortable the naming conventions in Mosby Woods can make people feel. And the reason I want to share these perspectives is because the people who feel the most discomfort with the street names are the least likely to live in our neighborhood, and therefore are not necessarily engaging in this dialogue through the city's outreach. One such story is of a friend who lives just across the county line from Mosby Woods. Her children, due to their proximity to the neighborhood, are friends with many of the children in Mosby Woods. She recently shared with me that she is actively looking for a single-family home in the area. When I asked if she would look in our neighborhood, she said, "I could never buy a house there while it's still called Mosby Woods, and especially with the current street names. I would be embarrassed to tell anyone my address if the street name were as blatant as Plantation, Confederate, or Reb. But even if I lived on a street with a more subtle nod to Mosby himself, like Raider, Ranger, or Traveler, I wouldn't want to share my address with any of my friends or colleagues who are remotely familiar with the massive resistance or the lost cause. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't invite black friends over. I couldn't tell them my address. It's a deal breaker." The second story I want to share is of a friend who does live in Fairfax City, but not in Mosby Woods. Again, when looking for houses, the realtor suggested looking at a house that was for sale on Plantation Parkway. My friend's response to this suggestion was, "I got a ton of education and a good job to buy a house in a nice suburban neighborhood in Fairfax City. And the last thing I want to do is end up living on a street called Plantation. Nothing says I've really made it like living in a neighborhood named after a guy who would prefer I was still on a plantation." While I understand that people have the freedom to opt out of our neighborhood if they don't like the naming conventions, this is an unsettling and inherently exclusionary notion to me when it's something that can be changed. Why wouldn't we want people to feel welcome here? We have the power to change this. I believe that something as easily changed as names shouldn't be the thing that causes people to self-select out of my neighborhood or my city. While I don't claim to know exactly how many street names should be changed in our neighborhood, I offer these two examples to you as you consider your vote on street names in June. As you consider each name in the overall context, please think about those who have chosen not to live in Mosby Woods. Thank you.
Next person to sign up is Catherine Partington.
Hello, my name is Kat Partington, and I live on Ranger Road in Mosby Woods neighborhood. I would like to share my thoughts on the potential renaming of street names in our neighborhood and city. First, I'd like to thank the City Council for their extensive efforts to gather feedback and perspectives across the city and in different neighborhoods. I have appreciated your approach with listening sessions and transparent communication. I would also like to thank the members of MWCA and Community Forward Committee, who also facilitated a multi-tiered approach to gather feedback throughout our neighborhood. I respect that making decisions on changing names within our city is challenging, and I also know this is the time for us to move forward and make sure our street and neighborhood names accurately reflect the community we want to be. As a neighbor, I've listened to friends of color tell me they don't allow their kids to ride their bikes on Confederate Lane because they are concerned for their safety, since they can't be positive everyone living on a road named for a racist institution would treat them kindly. I've also heard friends who are white and live on Confederate Lane express the need to apologize for their street name and assure people they're not racist. In fact, when my husband and I were moving into Mosby Woods, we said things like, "Thank goodness we don't live on Confederate or Plantation. We would never be able to fly our University of Georgia flag proudly." I know that many have argued that our street names are fairly portraying a time in history and are balanced between Confederate and Union representation. I've also heard the argument saying that we would be erasing history if we changed these street names. To this, I would say, it is not a neighborhood's responsibility to teach history, and street names alone do not provide the context to truly understand the most divisive point in our nation's history. Imagine if you visited a neighborhood in Germany. How would you feel if you traveled on Concentration Camp Parkway, even if it was adjacent to Patton Avenue? I have also heard some argue that celebrating Mosby is something we should do since he reconciled and went on to have a long career as a diplomat and civil servant. To this I would say, I agree. Mosby's history after the Civil War is exactly the example of evolution from a Confederate past we would like to see. However, no representation of Mosby's reconciliation or dedication to civil service after the Civil War is evident in our streets or neighborhood name and logo. As a previous American history teacher, I know our nation's history is complicated. As a Southern white woman, I know we are still creating our American story and trying to undo the knots of deep-rooted systemic racism, regardless if we played a role in it ourselves. When we hear our neighbors of color express feelings of isolation or fear within their own community, we need to listen and we need to act. We have an opportunity in this moment to be an active participant in undoing one piece of a tangled history of systemic oppression that makes many of our neighbors uncomfortable, prevents some from choosing to live here, and does not reflect our community values. I encourage the members of City Council to recognize this opportunity for our city to be active creators of history and to please vote in favor of changing the recommended street names. Thank you.
The next person to sign up is Edward D. Masters.
Good evening. My name is Ed DeMasters. I live on Crest Street in Fairfax, Virginia. I'm a resident of the Autumn Woods neighborhood immediately west of the Fairfax Presbyterian Church. For those that were not aware, the Presbyterian Church had their second open house this past Saturday, and I attended along with a number of my Autumn Woods neighbors, and others were there as well. I wanted to state that the agenda for that session did not allow attendees to ask questions or make statements to the speakers and the other attendees as a group. So I'm doing that tonight. I'm speaking tonight because before the breakout session, the affordable housing representative made two statements regarding their position on two of the many issues that have been brought to their attention. The first being the proposed 38 parking space lot that they want to build, and the second being that they made the statement that they have no plans on making any improvements to Presbyterian Way, and its current use will continue as it is today. Fortunately, we as city residents have the opportunity to express our feelings at public sessions like this, as well as emails and such to the City Council and Planning Commission, so I'm doing that tonight. Unfortunately, I've gotten the impression that affordable housing theme and a religious organization being the sponsor of this proposal for affordable housing has reduced the desire of residents to openly express their views on the particulars of the application and the site itself. In this case, from my perspective and a number of my neighbors, we have issues with the parking lot because the parking lot is not related to the affordable housing, so it should be taken away from that. It's contrary to the city tree initiative because they're going to clear cut 70 feet of trees along the boundary line, removing 38 spaces, and it will impact the Autumn Woods neighborhood. This should be a separate application to the city. The second thing is on the private street of Presbyterian Way. They said they're not going to address any of the improvements that need to be made to this if they do the affordable town housing, and we believe that efforts should be made to improve Presbyterian Way, and they need to put their focus there. I would invite all y'all to walk the entire site from Main Street down to Presbyterian Way if you have not done so, and view where the buildings are, where the parking lot is proposed, and all the rest of the infrastructure. The city does need affordable housing along with safe roads and pedestrian sidewalks for these residents. The church application should focus on housing and a safe environment. City codes are in place to protect residents today and building into the future. Being an affordable housing project does not mean we need to approve at all cost. If the Presbyterian property is to be considered a candidate for placement of the affordable housing in an activity center, I would suggest phase 1 being address Presbyterian Way by having the Presbyterian Church bring road up to at least private street code. Sorry, I've run out of time.
You may continue for just a moment to
Okay,
complete your comment.
30 seconds, if that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I would suggest phase 1 address Presbyterian Way by having the church bring road up to at least private street code. Phase 2 being the housing development, and no phase 3, so there's no parking lot that's adjoining the Autumn Woods neighborhood. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your assistance. Have a good day.
That concludes those who signed up previously. Is there anyone present this evening who would like to speak to the City Council on any matter not subject to a public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we will go to item number 6 on the agenda, which is adoption of the agenda. Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. I move to adopt the agenda as printed.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Staley and seconded by Councilmember Yee. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed? And the motion passes unanimously 5-0. Now go to the consent agenda, item number 7, and I recognize Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. I move adoption of a consent agenda for agenda item number 7A, introduction of an appropriation resolution in the amount of $147,558 for fiscal year 2021 to 2022, federal, state, and other grants, and agenda item number 7B, consideration to approve the Virginia Career Works, the Northern Virginia (Area 11) consortium agreement for the period from July 2022 through June 2024. I move to approve the consent agenda items 7A and B, and the motion accompanying the consent agenda items as printed.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Staley and seconded by Councilmember Yee. Is there any member of council want to abstain or withdraw any of these items from the consent agenda? Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes unanimously. We'll now go to item number 8 on the agenda, which are public hearings. We have 2. The first public hearing is a public hearing and council action on an ordinance that will certify microbusiness participation in our city's procurement practices. And I will begin by recognizing our city attorney, Mr. Lovegoman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This item actually relates to a local government preference on procurement matters, which is kind of rare in Virginia. In the 2020 General Assembly session, new Virginia Code 15.2/965.2 was enacted, which permits localities to provide what is essentially a local preference in procurement. This preference is designed to facilitate so-called micro businesses. Many of you have heard of that concept. Their participation in local procurement. It also allows for special support to be provided to micro businesses and other measures to promote micro business participation in the locality. Ms. Innocenti and Mr. Bruno may speak in a little bit about sort of the number of micro businesses and the nature of the businesses that we have in the city currently. The proposed ordinance would, if enacted, provide the local preference in procurement for small purchases under $25,000 to certified micro businesses. and the certification is done by the Virginia Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity, and these businesses would have to have a business license within the city. And the ordinance also directs the Office of Procurement Services to implement small purchase procedures that exempt such purchases from competition if the business meets the criteria. Lastly, in what is a micro business for purpose of this ordinance, the enabling authority defines a micro business as a small, women-owned or minority-owned business with no more than 25 employees. Now, to be clear, even though the language, it's a little confusing the way SWAM is worded in Virginia, there are three components to that. It's not a small business that's either women-owned or minority-owned. It's a small business, it's a women-owned business, and or a minority-owned business. So any one of those three would qualify. I know there was a question that came up earlier in the week on that. And then the average annual gross receipts are to be less than $3 million, and that is considered to be a micro business, which is very interesting, and that's a Virginia number. So with that, I'll stop speaking on this item. I think Ms. Innocenti may have a brief slide presentation with Mr. Bruno, and we'll be happy to answer any questions as well at the end of this.
Sure.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Patty Innocenti. I am your purchasing agent and manage the Office of Procurement Services. I think Mr. Lokeman did a great job explaining the background for this and what the legislative intent was and what the criteria are to be classified as a micro business. But just to reiterate, and this is on I think the next slide, Chris, thanks. 25 employees. So it is distinctly different from what the state classifies as a small business. 25 employees and no more than $3 million average annual revenue over a 3-year period when they pursue their certification. The state Virginia Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity runs a certification process and program. So they have categories, as Mr. Loken mentioned, for small business, women-owned, minority-owned. They also look at service-disabled veterans. There are a few other little carve-outs, but they made a distinction here in 2020 to create a category for a micro-business. And I think this is particularly fitting for a locality the size of Fairfax City. And if this is approved, we will be using the certifications that are done by the state's Small Business Supplier Diversity. We're not in any way suggesting that we would do that on our own. I think, we're trying to make it easy on ourselves. So on to implementation. What the program would do would allow us to purchase from Fairfax City micro businesses that are certified through the state and exempt them from competitive sourcing requirements for small purchases under $25,000. It's a little bit of inside baseball for procurement, particularly for Fairfax City, but our current single quote threshold is $5,000. So this would create a carve-out for these micro businesses located in the city that we would not need to seek additional compensation competition if the purchase size is under $25,000. And of course, recognizing that the price is fair and reasonable. We're not going to make any purchases that don't fit that. So going on to the next slide, my contact with the State Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity gave me a very useful report. So I was able to identify all of the micro businesses within the 22030, 31, and 32 zip codes, and there are approximately 80 of them. And what was interesting to me is there's a very nice fit between those businesses and the kinds of things that we do here in the city, and I've identified a few of them on the slide. But there are firms that provide architectural services, that do exhibits and displays, which we use at the Fairfax Museum, engineering services, interpreter services, printing services, and IT consulting. So I think that, as I mentioned, there's a nice correlation between we buy as a city and what we need. And then just to move on to the benefits. So I think that what we see as a benefit from this program, if adopted, is process efficiency, being able to connect with our local suppliers, to keep our local tax dollars in our local community and benefiting from the circular economy that results from that. And then last but not least, there's a very nice correlation with the investment that the city has with the Mason Enterprise Center. So we're making an investment in that business incubator, business accelerator program, and being able to use this carve-out to help build those businesses, particularly as much as the Mason Enterprise Center is focused on IT-focused firms. So that really, in a nutshell, is the presentation. I wanted to keep it concise, but happy to entertain any questions you might have, along with my colleague.
Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this forward to the council. It's something that's been discussed in previous years, and I do appreciate the staff's focus on this and finally bringing this to us for in the form of a draft ordinance. I have one question that I'd like to start off our questions, and that is, in the aggregate, in this fiscal year, last fiscal year, what do you believe, and I'm not going to hold you to the exact amount, but just a ballpark estimate in the aggregate of the amount of purchases that might be possible under this ordinance? What is the amount of activity on the city's side in terms of going out to purchase these items?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I'm entirely prepared for it. Our financial system doesn't give me a lot of reports, which of course is why we're investing in a new one. But I'd be happy to come back to you with some more information about that at the next meeting, if you'd like.
It was just a curious question. I don't need the answer for us to take action tonight, but I thought it would be an interesting question.
Okay.
Council,
as a sort of a snapshot, certainly not with regard to the entire city, but the Economic Development Office, which is just a very small component of that budget, I can think of approximately $150,000 to $200,000 worth of contracts that we'll be looking at this year that could potentially take advantage of this program. So it's a significant tool, certainly for the economic development agencies, and I think we will be able to tap into some of the Mason Enterprise Center businesses easily for the first time.
Okay, thank you. And for those watching from home, that was Chris Bruno, the director of our Economic Development Office. Councilmember Lim, and then Councilmember Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and I think it's a good thing that we're moving forward. I think it's going to be a good opportunity for small business here in the city and keep our tax dollars right. I just have a procedural question. So these 80 small businesses that's been identified, do they actually have to be certified by the state of Virginia, saying that they're micro businesses?
Yes.
And then will we be sending out a RFP request to these businesses when we do have a purchase that we could be making?
I think the next step for implementation, assuming we go forward with it, is really more of a marketing initiative to make sure that city staff understand that there's an opportunity to use the local businesses. And I use the example of the Department of Historic Resources. They use a local firm for a lot of their exhibits, so this will open up that opportunity for them to use them more frequently. So marketing internally, and then also marketing in the business community in collaboration with the Economic Development Office, in as much as we want these firms that perhaps we don't even know about to go forward with the State Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity and get certified, so we help grow the program over time.
Right, but then we would be getting bids, right, from different companies, or are we just going to be selecting randomly to give projects?
Well, these are, I think, generally smaller purchases. We're proposing that the threshold for the non-competes with these micro businesses would be $25,000.
Right. I guess I'm asking because I don't want to just use select few businesses, right? I just want to make sure that we're giving every small business equal opportunity to bid for a certain project and have a chance to get those jobs.
I've put considerable effort into making sure that our posture in our procurement program is to make sure that the business community knows that we are open for business. And we advertise all of our competitive procurements, whether they're over the $200,000 threshold as formal or between $5,000 and $200,000 as informals on the state procurement portal. So generally, anything that we bid out, it probably gets at least 1,000 eyeballs on it.
Okay.
So there's tremendous amount of participation and notifications involved in all of our competitive procurements.
Okay, that's good to know. And then will you be reaching out to these 80 businesses that this opportunity exists, and then they could apply for certification with the state?
So if I understand this correctly, I think the 80 businesses that are not certified already, we would certainly be reaching out, but we will be marketing this program. And we haven't really come up with the marketing framework yet, but that is certainly a component of what we would be doing if this passes.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ross.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that presentation and this initiative. I think it's really helpful to hear it laid out and your plans and how this is improving our efficiency, but also that of our business partners. I did have a question for Mr. Bruno in terms of this initiative and how it fits into our comprehensive plan. It seems to me that this really is a great synergy between small businesses, which we are hoping to attract more of in the future. We have a current wide number of them, but we're hoping to continue to create that sort of niche where we create small businesses and welcome them and create opportunities for them, and for the business practices we're doing. Could you talk a little bit about how that fits in and what you see in the future?
Sure. I think the slide that we're on right now, the benefits slide, is a great example of how we're doing that. And we're able to really quickly work with some local businesses. We'll be able to brag that we're working with local businesses and keeping local dollars in the city. Keeping local dollars in the city, and we'll certainly hold that out as an advantage to starting a business here in Fairfax and growing your business here in the city as well. It's all a central component of what we're trying to do in economic development, which is really implementing the policy that the mayor and council have adopted with the strategic plan, is putting economic development at the top of that list.
Great. So this is really an important tool in that process to helping not only maintain those businesses, but create new opportunities and services. And I would also point out that I know I had the opportunity to serve on the renewal along with our other colleague in renewing that MOU with the George Mason on the Mason Enterprise Center. I was recalling the name for a minute. And I think this is another great opportunity to strengthen that, to build on that, and again, as we look to the future, creating those opportunities for small businesses to really make it happen. So thank you for this work, and I look forward to supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, for starters here, I want to say that I think it's laudable and very supportive of us wanting to encourage small businesses, actual small businesses. I mean, small business definition is very large, and I know I would call it now micro businesses, but as a son of very, very small business owners, I appreciate that. That said, for starters, if I'm going to approve this, I want to make sure that there's no typo in the ordinance. There's a typo in paragraph 1. It says that it is hereby declared to be a policy of the city that certified micro business. I think it says they're missing an S there. So just want to make sure we pass our ordinances accurately.
Actually, it's not missing an S, it has an extra E.
Okay, there we go. So let's change that. Another question is, kind of piggybacking off of what Ms. Lim had mentioned earlier. So here we have 80 businesses, and once procurement is under $25,000, it's a non-competitive process. What happens if there are more than one potential vendor who meet the definition of being a micro business for that same procurement product? How do you choose? What's the process at that point?
I think with the concept of this program, we're really relying on our customer or my customer departments to identify the businesses that they would like to do business with. It always has to come back to me to make sure that they are rotating or using some equitable approach to using these micro businesses within the context of the program, and also to make sure that the prices are fair and reasonable. The city departments already have a P card, and they can use their P card for anything that falls within that single quote threshold of 5,000. But anything above 5,000 is going to come to me for approval through our workflow in our financial system. So I can also make sure and regulate it, so to speak, if I see an over-reliance. I don't want to see a series of $25,000 procurements with the same vendor repeatedly, because I don't think that's the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. It's
Or
really-
likewise, even $1,000 purchase repeatedly with one particular vendor, right?
Yeah, in the aggregate, and again, I think that speaks to why we're making the investment in our financial system, because we don't have a tremendous amount of visibility in those
So I think that's really key here.
transactions.
I think that's really crucial because, inherently built into this system of wanting to give preference to SWAM, as you called it, the small.
Small women and minority,
Okay.
yes.
Not that our women are small. It's not
I
like a
know.
thing like that. It's not we're just saying small women, but small, comma, women or minority-owned businesses. Inherent in this is that we're giving these people preferences because of some kind of characteristic. And what I want to see is more transparency on the back end of, hey, I'm not just giving preference because you qualify under this micro business section, but also you're my buddy, so I'm just going to, as a city employee, I'm going to use my purchase card every time to go do my printing with only you, every $1,000. And if we don't have a system that tracks that, and we don't have oversight over that, and we don't have someone who is overseeing that, then we can't guarantee that that kind of behavior may not occur.
Well, I think our CFO, who's here also, will attest to the fact that we do have good controls, separation of duty, and oversight over the P-card program currently, and then again in the future as we move forward with a new financial system.
Okay. Now, my other question is this. I mean, maybe this is an obvious one, but does this mean that if you're a micro business, so you're less than 25 employees, and you have an average of $3 million revenue over the course of 3 years, lower than that, and you're either a woman-owned business or a minority-owned business? So pretty much anybody who's a city business who is under $3 million with less than 25 employees, except for one particular type of person here. Am I getting that correct? It would be, I guess, a white male?
No,
owned?
so, and I said this at the beginning, that's why the language the General Assembly used may have been a little confusing. I don't think it was, because we always assumed the General Assembly meant exactly what it wrote in their ordinances. That's how we have to interpret it. So the punctuation is very important in what the General Assembly did. It's small, comma, women-owned, comma, or minority-owned business. So we take that as, if you use the old grammar rule that our teachers taught us, small business, or women-owned business, or minority-owned business under 25 or fewer employees.
Okay.
So
Because
the example you gave,
you could be a woman-owned business, but you still have to have less than 25 employees and under $3 million of revenue.
correct,
To be small.
This preference, to be clear, is, from our perspective, is designed to be inclusive. It's micro businesses.
Good.
Within the city of Fairfax that are certified.
That's music
Period.
to my ears. Because one of the things I noticed in the Virginia Code, in the preceding section in 15.2-965.1, it actually says, that we can do this whenever there exists either a rational basis for small business enhancement, which I would argue that's what we qualify for. But what's troubling to me is, or two, a persuasive analysis that documents a statistically significant disparity between the availability and utilization of women-owned and minority-owned businesses, which I don't think we've done that.
No, that would require
analysis.
a disparity study,
Okay.
which we have not.
Correct.
Okay. So just for the public record, then we are doing this based on our rational basis for small business enhancement, and we interpret
Micro business.
micro business, and we interpret this as small, as in it doesn't matter what color or gender you are, business, or a women-owned business, or a minority-owned business. correct?
That's correct. The focus is on the micro business, not parsing among the micro businesses.
Okay, that's excellent. And my last question then is, how often does a micro business have to get certified?
I believe the certifications have to be renewed every 3 years, but I can.
Okay, because one of the things I would love to do, because as our rational basis for small business enhancement is that we want some businesses that are micro businesses today to not become micro businesses. We just want them to be small businesses, and then maybe one day large businesses. I would like to keep a record and some kind of tracking system where we can see whether or not this program helps grow some of these 80 micro businesses that we've identified here. Is that doable?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions, just my compliments to the staff for your initiative for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I just say, as someone who labored in the bureaucracy at the federal level for many, many years, operating under the FAR and small business set-asides, I'm very pleased that we have developed this ordinance and right-sized it and put the right parameters around it programmatically for us to move forward. I think it's very commendable.
Thank you. And I just, a closing statement. To the extent of my research, we are the first locality or jurisdiction in the Commonwealth to take advantage of this. So,
right. I appreciate you moving out appreciate you moving out so quickly. And perhaps if once we get some operating data under our belts, might be one of the breakout sessions at a VML conference in the future. We can share a success story with other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point, this is a public hearing, and so I'm going to ask Ms. Zip, has this been properly advertised?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so I'm going to open the public hearing and see if anyone present this evening would like to speak to this particular matter. We had one person sign up, Jennifer Rose, and I'm going to recognize her first and then see if there's anyone else.
Good evening, friends. Jennifer Rose, representing the Central Fairfax Chamber of Commerce, located at 10304 Eaton Place. More than 3/4 of our membership are considered micro businesses. More than half of our membership is in the city of Fairfax. This is kind of a no-brainer from our perspective that you would support your local city businesses and make the procurement process easier for them. To that end, I noticed they're going to have to be certified by the Virginia Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity. The Chamber will work to help educate our members how to get through that process, and we'll work side by side with the Economic Development Office to help make that happen. We'll also help your city offices identify some of those potential vendors for you that you might not be aware of. May please pass this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate the work of the Chamber to promote our businesses. Thank you very much. Anyone else present this evening who would like to speak to this item? And seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, place this matter in the hands of the council. Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. I move to enact an ordinance to enhance certified micro business participation in the city's procurement practices.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Staley, seconded by Councilmember Yee. Any further discussion by my colleagues? Okay. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. We'll now go to item 8B, which is also a public hearing and council action on an ordinance approving the Van Dyke Park Stream Restoration Agreement between Northfax JV LLC and the City of Fairfax, together with associated documentation necessary for the approval, construction, and maintenance of the reference system restoration project. And that includes also including but not limited to a deed of an easement between the parties. I'm going to begin with a staff presentation by by our counsel, Mr. Lovkeman.
Thank you for the promotion, I think.
It was a battlefield promotion.
There you go. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, members of council. First of all, the staff report is very detailed. I won't spend a lot of time discussing what's in it. We do have in the room this evening, obviously, Brooke Harden, we have Satoshi Ito, and then we also have John Napolitano and Russ Rosenberger present as well. So this matter arises out of land use approvals for what's been commonly referred to as the North Fairfax West project from a while back. And you see in the summary, as part of the commitments associated with those approvals, the applicant agreed to make certain off-site stream restoration improvements on approximately 2,190 linear feet of the stream located within and adjacent to the boundaries of Van Dyke Park. And we may have a map at some point. We don't have one right now, I don't believe, but it's about 2,190 feet. The stream restoration project will be completed as what's known as a nutrient offset trading bank, NOTB. Everything has an acronym, but NOTB. Approved and permitted by the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. All of the work will be completed on the stream banks and within the stream and on certain portions of private property outside of park boundaries. And you'll see as well in the summary that the applicant and the city have negotiated the terms of various documents, most important of which is a stream restoration agreement, which governs all aspects related to the stream restoration project. And then there's some ancillary documents. And the reason for this being an ordinance is we just want to make sure that to the extent the city's granting anything, that it's covered by necessary approvals. So it is, you see the last line, it's anticipated that the project, if approved, will commence on or about July 14th of this year. I can't speak to how long the project will take, but again, we have folks in the room who are perfectly capable of answering those type of technical questions. So with that, I'll stop talking and answer any questions that you have. And again, the folks here are available if you have any.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Councilmember Ross?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is, I think, a wonderful thing to be doing, obviously, for the community. If we're commencing on July 22nd, do we have any idea what's the anticipated completion date?
I see Mr. Harden coming forward.
Yes, I see him coming forward, too.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The July 2022 date is based upon a requirement from the commitment when it was made as part of the rezoning action. We actually anticipate that getting started will take a little bit longer than this July. Mr. Rosenberger and Mr. Napolitano are here and may be able to speak to that, but we would expect within the 6 months to 9 months following July, there was a provision in the rezoning action that allowed the city to provide an extension for that start date. And kind of given where we've been over the last couple of years in the community and in the world, things have taken a little bit longer than we might have expected. Starting is also tied to the development project, as Mr. Lupkeman noted, of North Fairfax West. In working with the city and with an adjacent property owner as well, that project is stretched out a little bit further than we had originally hoped. Once the project gets going, it's in the 18 to 24 month time frame.
Okay, that's helpful to understand the time
sir.
frame. And I don't need to know all the details, but what will the general public see the difference in terms of after this period of time and this project is completed? Can somebody provide a little summary of what that will look, feel, maybe even smell like in terms of the improvements? I know eventually that's going to be incorporated into the master plan for redevelopment of Van Dyke Park, so that it'll become also an interpretive kind of opportunity. But what will the general public see after 2 years or 18 months when they go down there and visit that section of the stream?
The particular details for the stream restoration project have not been worked out yet. They have not completed a preliminary design, but in general, stream restoration projects aim to control erosion. If you go to that area now, you'll see stream banks that are near vertical or incised and undercut. The project will aim to slope those banks back so that they are not as prone to erosion. You'll see removal of trees along the stream bank that are prone to erosion and falling in. Those would be replaced with other landscaping, native species, grasses, live stakes. They're small tree cuts that are placed into the stream bank. So in the first 6 months or so after stream restoration, the area looks like a newly completed construction site. But shortly after, when vegetation takes off, it quickly starts to look like the area behind Daniels Run, where it's very lush, stable, and resistant to erosion.
So what we will have is a much more healthy ecosystem back there when this is completed than we have at the present.
Yes, that is
assuming.
correct.
That's great. Good. Correct. I would hope that as we proceed with this, that there is some opportunity to share what's going on with the public, either through our public outreach and communication, or maybe even some workshops or education for special events where the public can come down and view what's going on and get an understanding of the process. Because this is, a great initiative, and I think it really deserves the public understanding what's happening here and the opportunities for the improvement and what it will mean. So, thank you. Happy to support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Yee.
Thank you. Mr. Luckman, in the agreement, there's mention about successors and assigns in Part 6. And in it allows Fairfax to form an entity for the sole purpose of undertaking the stream restoration project. Now, it explicitly says that doesn't release Fairfax from any obligations under this agreement. But what is the legal mechanism to ensuring that sub-entity, I don't know if that's properly annotated there, but the new entity they may form to just do this particular part of the project doesn't assign its responsibilities to another sub-entity? Like, what is our recourse then?
Well, our recourse would be legal action at that point. I mean, there's always protection under assignment documents, and this has been crafted intentionally to allow them to create what is a single-purpose entity to do this work. Further assignments, if it were to occur, and with this particular developer, we don't anticipate any issues with folks doing work who aren't qualified or aren't able to do the work. We would just have the usual legal options to enforce our rights under the agreement.
So has the applicant, or I guess I don't know if we call them the applicant anymore, but Fairfax, have they provided any inclination to us, or do we have any inclination that they will?
I believe they are establishing an entity, if they have not already, to do the work. But again, the gentlemen are out in the audience. I'm sure they could answer that. We expect that they will assign. And would that entity itself have to be separately insured, or is the insurance carry from whatever Fairfax has to carry? They would have to have any entity doing work in the easement area and under the project is going to have to meet all of the qualifications to do the work, as if Fairfax was doing the work itself.
Okay. And then one last question regarding the deed of easement. In section 12, or paragraph 12, there's a mention about this deed will supersede all prior discussions and negotiations and understandings of the easement previously agreed upon. Is there anything that has been amended or changed in the based on our prior discussions and what our vote was about those easements?
No, sir.
None. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions of our staff? Would any member of the council like the representatives from Fairfax to come forward to answer any questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harden and Mr. Ito and Mr. Lubkeman. This is a public hearing. Has this been properly advertised?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll open the public hearing and see if anyone present this evening would like to speak to this item. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, place this matter in the hands of the council. Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. I move to enact an ordinance approving a Van Dyke Park stream restoration agreement between North Vax JV LLC and the City of Fairfax, together with associated documentation necessary for the approval, construction, and maintenance of the referenced stream restoration project, including but not limited to a deed of easement between the parties.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Staley, seconded by Councilmember Yee. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and it passes unanimously, 5-0. And we thank the representatives for their being present this evening.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda this evening is the approval of our minutes from the May 3 special meeting. Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. I move to approve the minutes of the May 3rd, 2022 special meeting as presented.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Staley, seconded by Councilmember Yee. Are there any changes or corrections or to the minutes of May 3? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. And we will now recess our regular meeting and go into a work session. And we have 3 items this evening on our work session. And the first is to discuss a potential zoning text amendment regarding floodplain regulations. And I will recognize Michelle Coleman, who is our zoning administrator, to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to members of the City Council. I'm here this evening to share with you our proposed changes to the city's floodplain regulations that are contained in both the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance. And I'd like to just begin by refreshing for you that in your meeting package you received 3 attachments. Attachment A is a markup version of the regulations that we are proposing to amend. Attachment B is the clean copy version of those same amendments. And then attachment C is the annotated version, which I call a little bit of a roadmap to help you navigate the existing regulations and then how they are going to be modified with these proposed amendments. I'm assisted this evening by a consultant group that's working with the city on the proposed amendments, and that's Ms. Christine Estes. She's with AECom Services, Inc., and that engineering firm has been very instrumental in helping the city update and propose these text amendments. And just to recap, that the reason for the text amendments, the reason that they're necessary is that 2 things have occurred. The last time that the floodplain regulations were revised and adopted was in 2014, and in 2017, I believe, the state adopted a new model code, and so we're attempting to bring our current regulations into compliance with the state's model code. Additionally, staff's experience in administering the floodplain regulations has highlighted some areas where improvements are needed, and so we're taking this opportunity to make those improvements. You'll remember also that in 2016, we adopted a brand new zoning ordinance, or we substantially rewrote our zoning ordinance. And in the course of doing that, it has a certain structure to the document and certain clear divisions in the regulations. And so what we're doing is making sure that the floodplain regulations are consistent with the structure of the zoning ordinance itself. So a lot of these changes are really housekeeping matters, and we'll explain a little bit more about that as we step you through the presentation this evening. And there are some additional changes in our subdivision ordinance consistent with updates from the model code. So I'll go ahead and turn the presentation over to Christine, who unfortunately was unable to attend in person this evening, so she's participating virtually. And she can, Christine, if you're there, please go ahead and begin your presentation.
Yep. Thanks, Michelle. Can you hear me okay?
We do. Thank you.
Okay. And if you don't mind advancing the slides for me, Michelle, it looks like they're already loaded.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes. And good evening, everyone. I'm a civil engineer and project manager with AECOM. I'm also a FEMA flood study expert. As Michelle mentioned, AECOM has been working with the city to update their floodplain ordinance, which is included in section 415 of the zoning ordinance. And the last time the city did update these, as Michelle mentioned, was 2014. And since then, there has been an update to the Virginia Model Ordinance in 2017. The city has also gone about updating the ordinance to do a few other things as well, to just clean up the ordinance a bit and move some sections of the text to other parts of the zoning ordinance, provide clarifications for some language that the city had us identified was unclear, and also to adopt some higher standards. The city is in the process of applying for FEMA's community rating system program, and they will get more points for adopting higher standards, and thus give the city residents and property owners a bigger discount on their flood insurance. So this presentation will review some of the significant areas of revision in the draft floodplain ordinance. Next slide. Actually, no, this one, yep. So FEMA's National Floodplain Insurance Program, the NFIP, lays out the requirements for the state and local floodplain programs. Adopting the NFIP minimum standards allows the city to maintain eligibility in the federal flood insurance program and allows residents and property owners to buy federal flood insurance. The minimum requirements for participation in the NFIP are outlined in the federal regulation. And the intent of the floodplain regulations are to protect life, health, and property mainly, but also to minimize public flood control expenditures, minimize rescue and relief efforts, minimize business interruptions, minimize damage to public facilities as well. We have been working with Angela Davis from the Virginia DCR, who has provided comments on our draft regulations, and we have incorporated initial comments. DCR will continue to do another review on the final ordinance to ensure it complies with FEMA minimum standards. And FEMA will also perform a review once the ordinance is adopted. On the city's website, if you go to the next slide, there is a link to the city's, to FEMA's flood map change viewer on the city's stormwater and floodplain management page. In this image here, you can see that the map changes layer is showing unchanged special flood hazard area in blue, decreases in the floodplain as purple, increases in yellow. So you can enter any address in the system and see changes in the floodplain as a result of FEMA's new maps. You can also change layers in this list here to see the effective mapping or just the preliminary mapping if you'd like. Next slide. So this slide just summarizes some of the revisions that have been made. The designation of the floodplain administrator was moved to the zoning ordinance. It changed some requirements for when a LOMAR is required, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. It established special flood hazard districts, which is included in the Virginia Model Ordinance. Removed sections on permit and application requirements and approval criteria from the floodplain ordinances are already in the zoning ordinance. It's added higher standards for elevation and construction standards. Subdivision standards were moved to the subdivision ordinance, as Michelle mentioned. Special exceptions, variants, and definitions for existing structures were also moved because they're elsewhere in the zoning ordinance. Next slide. These sections of the zoning code will be modified since sections of the floodplain ordinance are being moved to them, and they'll be updated in order to streamline and remain consistent throughout the zoning ordinance. And at the end of this presentation, we'll go into a little bit more detail on that. Next slide. More details on the text that was moved here. The designation of the floodplain administrator text was moved to section 5.9 of the zoning ordinance. For the city's awareness, the zoning administrator is also the floodplain administrator for the city. Next slide. Here are some details of the new requirements for a letter of map revision, a LOMAR. New changes are that a CLOMAR conditional letter of map revision and a LOMAR are required for utilities and public facilities and improvement that cause a cumulative rise of a foot or more on the developed property or offsite. So a CLOMAR and LOMAR are also required for private development that cause any rise on the developed property or offsite, which is a higher standard than the FEMA minimums. Next slide. A new addition recommended in the Virginia Model Ordinance is adding a limitation on the use of the 0.2% floodplain. This is not required in the NFIP regulations, but it is recommended practice for planning for critical facilities and emergency management. Critical facilities that are built in mapped floodplain might not be eligible for rebuilding assistance after a disaster. Therefore, DCR does recommend this provision to ensure that any decision made to build in these circumstances is carefully considered and built to some protection. So any critical facilities will be required to be built or protected to 1 foot above the 2% annual chance water surface elevation. Next slide. Permit requirements and site plan and permit applications were removed. That is part of the model ordinance, but it is covered elsewhere within the zoning ordinance. And these were renumbered. So 415.7 is now 415.6. And some sections here were removed and edited. The special uses section was moved to 6.7. Next slide. Allowed uses is not part of the state model ordinance, but it was added into the city's regulations at some point, and the city feels that this section is no longer needed in the floodplain regulations because it is covered elsewhere within the zoning ordinance. So this section was revised to describe permitted uses and site development standards. Next slide. Accessory structures is a new addition to the ordinance. It was not in the 2014 regulations, and this was added per the Virginia Model Ordinance. I wanted to note at the bottom here, a signed declaration is a higher standard that's recommended in the Model Ordinance, but is not required. So the city will be requiring a non-conversion agreement for accessory structures, which is recommended, especially if a variance is being issued for an accessory structure. And this ensures anyone that's buying a property will not convert an accessory structure into a livable space. Next slide. Higher standards above the minimum were added to the elevation and construction standard section. A change was made to revise the freeboard requirement for new construction from 18 inches to 2 feet. And this would be for new construction or substantial improvement. Next slide. Changes have also been made for existing structures in the floodplain, that they must comply with federal regulations if they are modified in any way to 49% or more of the market value instead of 50% as it previously noted. Next slide. All sections listed here were removed, are in the Virginia Model Ordinance, but we are moving them to various portions of the zoning ordinance. As shown here on the proposed column. This will keep it consistent with other articles of the zoning ordinance. In many cases, these sections that were moved are still cited within the floodplain ordinance so that the appropriate sections can be easily found elsewhere in the code and can be in compliance with NFIP regulations. Next slide. So this slide summarizes some of the changes to the zoning ordinance sections. It identifies what was changed in the zoning ordinance to accommodate removing language from the floodplain ordinance. Next slide. And this one is summarizing the changes to the subdivision ordinance as a result of changing things from the floodplain ordinance to move them into the subdivision ordinance. And those are the end of the major changes that we've made in the ordinance. And I will open it up for questions now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Estes. Colleagues on council, any questions? Councilmember Ross.
One quick question. Thank you for that overview and the work that's gone into this. I know it's been considerable and takes a lot of time, but it's important that we're up to date. I noticed I think it's a new designation that you're taking on as being the floodplain administrator. Is that new, and what has been the past history on that?
Well, currently the zoning administrator serves as the floodplain administrator. However, we thought it would be a better option to separate those two roles and duties so that anyone could be appointed by the city manager to serve as the floodplain administrator.
Okay,
so
but it would be logical that it would be in your particular area or not?
It probably does, unless Dave Summers wants to volunteer to take that on, which would be wonderful.
No, I see that he is not anxious to take that on. But thank you.
Yes.
That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions of Ms. Estes? Okay. Thank you for the staff presentation. Next steps. When will you be coming back to us? Do you have a?
We have not scheduled a final public hearing date. We have made this presentation already to the Environmental Sustainability Committee, and of course a work session with the Planning Commission has already occurred. So our next step will be to schedule for the final public hearings with the Planning Commission and then back to the City Council for final adoption.
Okay.
But I would like to just mention that the vast majority of these changes really are housekeeping and consistent with model code, and will hopefully provide a document that is easier for the public to use as well as for staff. So we're pretty excited about this and are hopeful for its adoption.
Good, thank you. We hopefully that will speed the review process, save time and money for applicants.
Yes.
And make compliance, I don't want to say easier, but at least more effective. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
The next item on our work session this evening is a discussion on a potential zoning text amendments regarding outdoor dining, solar energy, and other miscellaneous amendments. So I'm curious as to how outdoor dining and solar energy come together, along with miscellaneous.
We tried to get the most unusual combination of things imaginable.
All right. For those watching from home, I'm going to recognize Eric Foreman, who is a member of our staff here at the city, and he will give us a presentation.
Well, thank you very much, and good evening. It's good to be here tonight, discuss these potential amendments, and I promise that I'll explain how all of these fit together. These amendments hopefully can realize some important city goals, can help to improve city operations, city efficiency, and can also resolve a few inconsistencies within the zoning ordinance text itself. We're joined here tonight in the audience by Danette Nguyen from the city's Economic Development Office. And Ms. Nguyen is heading the effort to create an outdoor dining permit program. And this pertains to some of the amendments that we're discussing tonight. And should you have any questions about that program, either I or Ms. Nguyen would be happy to help out with that. We're also joined tonight by our planning director, Brooke Harden, by our zoning administrator, Michelle Coleman, and of course all of the staff here tonight are available to answer any questions or help out with explanations as needed. Staff had discussed this series of potential amendments with the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago, Planning Commission did have a few suggestions for revisions, and I will note those suggestions in a few points during tonight's presentation as we get to them. Now, as you may recall, our zoning ordinance had been extensively updated back in 2016. Now, zoning ordinances are routinely amended, and for us, the city has adopted amendments 4 times since then, most recently last year when the major topic being discussed was signage. The potential amendments tonight that we're discussing include a few topics. First are the amendments related to outdoor dining. The amendments that we're discussing tonight are themselves rather simple on outdoor dining, but the reason for them is much bigger. These amendments for outdoor dining are really in advance of an effort being worked on right now to create a permit program to make the types of outdoor dining that have been available to restaurants during the pandemic, to make these types of outdoor dining a more permanent fixture of the city's restaurant scene. The second group of amendments that we're discussing tonight are solar energy related, and these fit into the city's desire to make it as easy as possible for residents and businesses to utilize solar energy options on their properties. And third, we have a series of miscellaneous amendments. We frequently add miscellaneous amendments because small things, usually that increase folks' understanding of the zoning ordinance or make it more efficient to use, crop up over time, and we like to include these with bigger items. And these miscellaneous amendments really help with the administration of the ordinance and clarify inconsistencies, make it a little bit more understandable. So I will pause after each section for any questions, and of course, staff here can answer any questions at the end of tonight's presentation as well. So first up, we'll discuss the potential outdoor dining amendments. As we all know, the economic disruptions prompted by COVID were obviously very challenging, particularly for the restaurant industry. To help restaurants navigate what really was an unprecedented challenge, the city established FCRO, or Fairfax City Reconnected Outdoors, and this was a program that made it easier for restaurants to set up outdoor dining in the city. This wound up being a popular program. 30 restaurants had participated in FCRO. It's been popular with customers, and many restaurants have expressed interest in continuing with this type of program when the COVID-related emergency provisions here in the city no longer apply. So the city is currently creating a permanent outdoor dining program. Staff is working on this program right now. It's essentially modeled after FCRO, and the intent is to have some kind of program in place by the fall. Now, this would be an administrative type program. It would not be a program that would be governed by the zoning ordinance, and the city is able to do this because the zoning ordinance is actually very accommodating for flexible outdoor dining arrangements. This program would likely have a one-stop permit process. That process would include some basic design standards for outdoor dining setups, would also ensure that restaurants comply with health department regulations, with building code requirements, and so on. But there is one section of the zoning ordinance that would ideally be amended in order to have an efficient administrative approval process for outdoor dining like what's envisioned, and that regards design review of outdoor seating areas. Now, as you may know, the zoning ordinance requires a certificate of appropriateness, and this is from the staff of the Board of Architectural Review, requires a certificate of appropriateness for what's called any material change in the appearance of a non-residential building or site visible from public places. Now, there's examples of what's considered to be a material change in the zoning ordinance in section 6.5. And under the section dealing with minor certificates of appropriateness, now these are, well, obviously minor things, but these are approved and dealt with by staff rather than the full appointed board. But under these minor certificates of appropriateness is a subsection that specifies that things such as what we see here, landscaping, walkways, fences, retaining walls, and so on, all require these minor certificates, and as you can see down here at the bottom, outdoor seating areas. And what that means is that in order to utilize outdoor dining, that a restaurant needs to obtain a certificate of appropriateness from city staff. And what that means is that city staff has to, in these cases, review the appearance of tables, of chairs, and of other accessories that might be used with outdoor dining. So first, this is somewhat of a burdensome procedure for city staff, but it also stands out among the many list of things that require architectural review, because outdoor seating is not a permanent fixture of the building. It's not attached to the building, it can be moved and so on. So in the context of an outdoor dining permit program, this is something that would be much better handled within the permit program itself. And the upcoming program will, in all likelihood, introduce a set of very basic design guidelines to this effect to essentially take this out of the Board of Architectural Review purview and make it as part of an approval process of an outdoor dining program. So the purpose of this specific amendment here is to remove outdoor seating areas from the list of items that require certificates of appropriateness. The amendment would just do what's shown on the screen here. It would take out this one phrase, outdoor seating areas. So this would help with the outdoor dining program. It would remove an item from this list that doesn't necessarily belong there. And this is the first of the two outdoor dining potential amendments here. But to accompany this deletion, the staff also proposes a specific new exemption, or it would be an addition of text that would exempt outdoor dining related to the new permit program. So there is a subsection of exemptions from the requirements of certificates of appropriateness, so not everything that's done on the outside of a building requires architectural review. Things like maintenance, things like certain types of painting, repainting, I should say, antennas, parts of buildings that are not visible from public places. All of these things are exempted from architectural review. This amendment would add text specifically tailored to the upcoming outdoor dining program, and it would read, I'll just summarize it here, that furnitures and other accessories that are used by a restaurant as part of an outdoor dining program authorized by the city manager, that this furniture and related accessories would not need architectural review from city staff or from the Board of Architectural Review. Now, just as a point of clarification, this is one of the items where Planning Commission had weighed in on some potential changes. Planning Commission indicated that the term fixtures here might generate some confusion regarding terminology, so this will likely be changed to something else, furniture and related accessories and so on, and we'll modify the language accordingly. Also notice that down at the very bottom, we see that tents and platforms are not exempted from architectural review. The reason for that is that these tend to be large things that are really semi-permanent. Tents are large, highly visible. They tend to be weighted down. It's not like something that can be moved around. Platforms, by their very nature, tend to be there for a long period of time. And due to the visibility and due to the semi-permanence of these two things, it's thought that they would still need Board of Architectural Review. Not something that we would see at every restaurant that would apply for the program, but just something to be aware of. So we hope that combined, that these two amendments will bring more flexibility to move forward with an outdoor dining program that would meet the expectations of residents and meet the expectations of restaurant operators alike. So at this point, we can pause for any questions. We're glad to answer questions about these amendments, or to the extent that we can, to the draft program.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. A couple of just making sure I understand the framework. It is do I read it correctly? It is the intent that there will be no break in outdoor dining for our restaurants, so that by the time that the emergency COVID procedures are done, this next ordinance will be in place, and that would be a seamless transition, just to make sure I'm capturing that correctly.
It would be a seamless transition. We're currently working with the idea of having a season for outdoor dining, which would essentially be the entire year except for December, January, and February. The Office of Economic Development, along with the Central Fairfax Chamber of Commerce, and myself hosted a question and answer series with restaurant operators, I believe last week, posed this question. It seemed reasonable to the restaurant operators. So there may be a break, but the break would be in the winter months when outdoor dining just isn't used. I don't want to speak definitively about this because it's all still being written, but it's seamless, yes, a break, possibly.
Understand how you're operationalizing. I just want to make sure I intellectually was tracking there. I know we'll talk about that later on. I'm very interested in making sure that we don't make people reapply for things as it goes through, and I'm confident we'll tee that up there. Now to this particular question here.
Yeah.
I'll give you a quick note. On slide 5, you had street furniture out there. You clarified it on the next slide about how it was associated. I am comfortable with looking at street furniture as well as part of this effort. I think makes a lot of sense to give some flexibility there as you put things in and out. And if we're reviewing things, it's likely with an organization that's likely having dining or something going on with it anyway, where the furniture may, so maybe an opportunity there. On your particular change there, I am very comfortable allowing the word tent to not be specifically called out and giving additional flexibility for what type of cover might need to be there going forward. I understand where you were headed, but I'm comfortable giving more flexibility and deference. I think our those that do operate in the city of Fairfax understand the standards we seek to hold people to, and giving additional flexibility so they can figure out what a rain cover is, and we aren't tripping over the word tent for the next 10 years, I'd be very comfortable with. So just wanted to add those 2 notes there. Thank you, Mayor Meyer.
Okay, thank you. I also want to, as soon as I saw this slide 6, I locked onto the word fixtures, but you already addressed it, so that's very, very helpful. I think it's important to note that we have in the city over 180 restaurants in the city. Not all of them are amenable to outdoor dining, simply because of their location or the kind of restaurant they are, particularly for franchises. But this, I think, will give us greater flexibility for a significant subset of those restaurants. And the restaurant industry in our city has grown significantly. If you look at the receipts from meals taxes from when I first got on council, it's gone up about 50%. So that's pretty significant. Okay, other comments or observations? So the guidance from the council is that they take this back and continue to work with BAR, the Planning Commission, and keep us informed, and then bring back a draft ordinance for our consideration once the other entities have reviewed them.
Just for a bit of clarification on the tent issue, your intent is so that we don't trip over the definition of the word tent, which is I absolutely understand that. Are you worried about where, let's say, a large umbrella might become considered a tent? Is your concern something with sides or over a certain size? Just want to get a sense for that concern.
I am comfortable giving maximum discretion to let people figure out what type of enclosure works best in the future. I'll give you an example of the bubbles that were popular for a little while, or maybe you put you drop a side down on a porch at one point in time. I believe the intent is to keep our businesses rocking and rolling when outdoor dining is permitted, and so the more flexibility we give to make that happen, I do think many of our restaurants did very well with this flexibility when they had it, and moving that word tent to be an allowable use and not being stuck on it for a while would be a positive improvement there.
Okay.
It goes without saying that we will ensure that no matter what these configurations are, that the fire inspector will make sure that they're all compliant in that regard.
Right, and that will be the same. Right now, I believe code administration does inspect tents, for several purposes, and that will stay the same. The bubbles, incidentally, have a name, and this is who knew? They're called membrane structures. So you can toss that out in casual conversation next time you talk about those. But they do have a name.
Okay. Other comments or questions? Councilmember Ross.
Colleague on the issue of tents and what do we call the plastic bubbles? They are called
membrane structures.
Membrane structures. It would be
single
nice
membrane
if we could
structures.
come up with a more sexy name than membrane structures. But I just want to say that I think that what I have seen, and especially in places like Old Town and other places, this really brings a life to our city streets. I mean, we talk about the importance of having people out walking and being in our businesses and walking around in Old Town. And I can tell you, in times like the Asian Festival a few weeks ago, seeing people sitting out and dining outside on a beautiful day really brings a special, unique quality to our downtown. And so I really support this. I think this is a wonderful addition to our city, making it more flexible, more easier to get a hold of, and I think it's going to be really helpful for us in the future. So thank you for your work on this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You're going to proceed now with solar.
We can.
Followed by the unified field theory.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
All the exciting stuff is in miscellaneous. So the second major topic of this bundle of amendments is trying to make it easier from an administrative standpoint for residents or for businesses to utilize solar energy on their properties. And this originates from a grant that the city had received back in 2017 from an organization called SolSmart. SolSmart had submitted to the city a solar review last year as part of a broader citywide effort to encourage solar energy growth. And this review surveyed potential changes to the city's zoning ordinance. The zoning staff examined the solar report to find potential changes that could be accommodated within our ordinance. Now, there were some items that SolSmart had identified as zoning recommendations that actually would better reside with other city documents. So with these amendments, we're concentrating on those changes that could really fit within the zoning framework. Earlier this year, staff reviewed these potential amendments with the Environmental Sustainability Committee. That committee has been really leading the city's effort as far as promoting solar energy growth. And so in the next few slides, we'll take a look at these amendments individually. For one, right now there's no definition of what solar equipment actually is, and this is a significant lapse because if we're adding detail on solar equipment, either in this bundle of amendments or at some point in the future with something that we haven't really conceived of right now, it's important to have a definition of what it actually entails, and especially because in our ordinance and in a lot of ordinances, sometimes solar is just referred to as solar panels or solar cells. And this, I'll just read it here. Solar energy system, an energy system consisting of one or more solar collection devices, such as solar panels, and other associated infrastructure. And that's an important phrase because it signifies that things such as screening or that architectural review would not just apply or be exempt for the solar panels themselves, but also the supporting structures involved. And that these would generate electricity, store electricity, or otherwise convert solar energy to a different form of energy. It's important to have a definition here that really takes account of what the other sections in the zoning ordinance refer to. So here's a definition of where that kind of here's an example of where that kind of definition becomes useful. As you may know, the zoning ordinance requires that certain things be screened from view, among them being mechanical equipment that's mounted on the roof of a building. So commercial buildings that have air conditioners on top of them, for instance, the air conditioner is to be screened. Right now, solar panels, and you can see it down here, are exempt from this, but just what a solar panel isn't explained in the ordinance. This amendment clears it up by replacing that term with solar energy systems that we just discussed, so it becomes clear to property owners who are looking at this that they would not need to screen a solar panel, for instance, if it's elevated on a roof and you can see some of the supporting structure. This is a minor change, but it's something that could save quite a bit of hassles down the road. Here's another instance of exceptions. In the current ordinance, solar collectors are exempt from needing certificates of appropriateness from the BAR if they are in locations not visible from public places. One of the items recommended by SolSmart and the Environmental Sustainability Committee agrees with this is that this exemption should really be broader. This draft amendment adds a separate subsection here specifically to address solar energy systems. I won't read it in full here, but this would exempt most solar energy systems from the need for architectural review. There are only two exceptions where solar energy systems would still need architectural review. One would be in historic districts where they are visible from public places. We've always held historic districts to a greater architectural standard, and the solar panels, while laudable, are not necessarily agreeable with historic architecture. So it doesn't prohibit solar from historic districts. It just says if it's visible from the right-of-way, it needs to get architectural review. The other exception is down at the bottom. It says, except that solar energy systems mounted on a building face would not be exempt. So this warrants a little bit of explanation. What that means is something like this. We don't have any examples of this in the city, but it's become somewhat common in other places to mount solar collectors on the, this says building face, but you could think of it as the facade or as on the wall of a building. From a design standpoint, this essentially becomes a change in the facade of a building. This is something that we have tended to have architectural review when a building changes its facade. And it's something like this. We've included this just because it is possible for this to come up. Again, would not be prohibited in any way, but this is something that would need BAR review for this to occur. The next amendment would exempt ground-mounted solar equipment from building coverage calculations. So building coverage calculations are in each zoning district. There's a maximum amount of building or other structures that can be on a lot by percentage. This would exempt solar energy equipment from that calculation as long as the ground beneath it is pervious. So if the ground beneath it is grass or other vegetation, this is an example of a ground-mounted solar energy system, then something like this would not count towards a building's, to a site's building coverage calculation or percentage. Makes it easier for this kind of setup to be used, but either in residential applications or commercial applications. It's one less step for a property owner to go through. And the last solar energy related amendment that we have here would add, once again on the topic of ground-mounted solar equipment, would add ground-mounted solar equipment to the list of permitted yard encroachments. Permitted yard encroachments, this is a section, and this is a table in section 1.5 of the zoning ordinance. A required yard is a part of a yard that is required to be open, not to be built upon. But as always, there are exceptions of what can go in required yards. This would add ground-mounted solar energy systems to those exceptions. So in a side or in a rear yard, and this is most often applied to residential properties, as long as the solar energy system keeps to the height, to the size dimensions listed here. So 12 feet in height, maximum, and at least 5 feet from any lot line. These are the same height and distance standards as used for accessory structures, so for example, like garages. And this basically puts ground-mounted solar on equal footing with things like garages. So overall, the city's zoning ordinance is very accommodating for solar installations right now. As you can tell, these are relatively minor amendments, but it's hoped that these amendments will clear up some of those areas where we do have inconsistencies, where we can more efficiently promote solar energy, or areas that are in need of qualification or clarification. So we can pause here and see if folks have any questions about the solar energy related potential amendments.
Councilman Ross.
Not actually a question on this, Mr. Foreman. I'm just curious whether we have any statistics on the amount of, maybe that's the incorrect word, but what kind of interest are we getting in solar use in the city? Do we have any idea at this point how the number, if the number has increased, stayed similar to the past? I know we just recently enacted a tax benefit for residents to install solar equipment. Are we seeing an increase in interest or actual installation?
We are, and actually that information, I don't have it on the top of my head. That information is in the city's fact book. There's actually a figure that shows where the solar installations are, residential and commercial as well. As far as residential applications, I believe that we saw another 10 applications over the past year. I may be a little off on that because that may be
10 over,
not
is that an increase over?
an increase?
Yeah,
yes, that's right.
Good. Well, I guess I'll have to go back and read some more of my fact book too. Huh?
It is in there.
Yeah, I'll look for it.
Right.
I'll look for it. But that's exciting to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have a, could we go back to the historic overlay district? I think it was either, now I want to make sure that I understand what you're proposing to exempt or not. That solar energy systems in the Old Town Fairfax Transition Overlay District or in the Architectural Control Overlay District.
So this may be a little bit easier to understand in the version that's in your packets. I shortened it a little bit to take out the section references just to make it easier to understand on the screen. But this is a list of exemptions. So section 652 is exemptions. So it starts with repairs and maintenance, goes to repainting previously broken window panes, et cetera. So this would be item G on that list, and so it would say all these things are exempted. Solar energy systems in the Old Town Fairfax Transition Overlay District, so that's saying that all applications within the TOD would be exempt from architectural review. Or in the Architectural Control Overlay District, and the Architectural Control Overlay District is essentially the entire city, the non-residential areas of the city. This, unfortunately, is kind of legal writing, which is why I summarized it. But the Architectural Control Overlay District is essentially the entire city, with the exception of the TOD and historic districts. So the first two phrases, Old Town Fairfax Transition Overlay District, or in the Architectural Control Overlay District, those two phrases together mean all non-residential areas of the city except for historic districts. And then the next part says, or solar energy systems in a historic overlay district in locations not visible from public places. So that means that in a historic district, solar energy would be permitted, but would need architectural review if the equipment is visible from a public place.
Could you give me an example of where it would be visible but not from a public place?
If it was in the rear of a building, for instance, and would not be visible from a street.
And we would be saying that those would not require a BAR review.
Correct.
I have to think about this because our historic district is, in many places, the distance between one building and another building are pretty close. And there are walkways between those buildings. An example, the walkway between Radcliffe Allison Poser House and the east side of Old Town Hall, that's considered a public place, a public space, I would assume. But let's take one of the privately owned buildings in the historic district along Main Street, maybe the back of Have a Bite, that backs up to Woody's Ice Cream. That area behind there, is that considered a public place? I mean, it's privately owned land, it's a parking lot, there's walkways there. But, so I don't know if we're talking about a legal definition of a public place or not. And then, is that really, would we want large solar panels ground mounted in that area? I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. That doesn't mean that I don't support renewable energy, but there are sometimes the benefits of that are outweighed by the amount of space and the visual intrusion that those systems present themselves.
And that's definitely something that we had talked about when we were drafting this. The visible from public places, I believe that right now in the historic district there are other building modifications that can be made in the historic district that are not visible from a public place. So, for example, skylights. And if I'm incorrect on this, I know I've got other staff here who will correct me, but I believe that skylights can be added to a building in the historic district if it's not visible from a public place. And it does fall on the city staff to the Board of Architectural Review to figure out what would be considered visible from a public place. This is a issue that they do grapple with now. Now, if council believes that solar energy is more obvious from a visual standpoint than something like skylights or and other things that are permitted in this instance, it's perfectly understandable. And it could be that all, if we take out the phrase in locations not visible from public places, that would just mean that all solar installations in historic districts would require BAR review, and that would settle that issue if council believes that it's too much of a visual encumbrance.
I can only speak for myself. I don't have a vote on this necessarily, but I'm uncertain as to whether or not, when this kind of language gets operationalized, that we would be pleased with what we're talking about here. I'm just invoking some cautionary comments because it may be that if we were to pass this and then 2 years later there's these significant deployment of panels in areas that a lot of us would see, and they may not be public places or public spaces. Not sure that's what we want in our historic district. I don't know. I'm just asking the question. What if the owner of the DeClue building wanted to put solar systems on top of it or behind it or in the parking lot? I mean, is that something that we would want to see in the And then if they did it, then somebody else would do it, and then all of a sudden, the visual essence of our historic district is fundamentally changed. I'm not sure that's what we would want to see. And I guess I know this is sort of heresy. It goes against a lot of the advocates that sometimes those panels are more symbolic and they're making a statement more than they're actually producing energy that is worth it. It's like 10 units of effort for 1 unit of benefit. And there are other places where structures are far more amenable to those systems and can really provide a substantive benefit. In other circumstances, it's more of a statement than a substantive contribution. And I'm just asking, I'm just sort of verbalizing my uncertainties. Councilmember Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the verbalization of your uncertainties. If that's what we're going to call it. I share some of these concerns, and I think if there's a way to narrow the language here, because I think what the mayor might have been getting at, or at least that's kind of inspired in my mind, when we talk about energy systems under this new definition, it could also include, obviously, to broaden it from just panels, it could include like solar shingles, which some people, I've seen some of these, they're almost indistinguishable than regular shingles, and I don't think that would generally be troublesome to visual appeal in Old Town District. But then, when we do talk about the traditional panels, it could be a detracting force visually from our, the appearance of our old town. And so in order to protect that or conserve the old town visual appeal, I think if we narrow this portion to, if there's a way we can refurbish this language so that BAR could still have more input rather than it being a blanket exemption, that probably would be most comfortable to me.
Right, and I think the way to do that, I'm hesitant to go off of sharing screen mode because I may never get it back, because otherwise I could amend this here, but I think if you see my cursor here, I think the way to do that would be to delete the text here that starts in locations. And it would delete the whole phrase from historic overlay district. So it would just be that solar energy systems in the Old Town Fairfax Historic Transition Overlay District or in the Architectural Control Overlay District are exempt from solar and are exempt. And that would mean the one thing missing from there would be historic districts. And we could add text there that historic districts are not exempt, similar to how we have the text that the building face mounted systems.
I think adding that last sentence would cure this concern that I think at least two of us have here. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, and I think we have to remember that the BAR is not it doesn't guarantee anything, but it certainly guarantees that it will be reviewed. A total exemption guarantees it won't be reviewed, and that's where I have my concerns. And I think Councilmember Yee shares something similar to that.
Yeah, and I think, to be very clear, this isn't a discouragement of any use of solar energy systems in Old Town. It's just there's a difference between blanket exemption versus a little bit more curated or narrowed version of it. Because, and again, there could be some visually things that might not appeal to an individual, but the BAR might find it totally appropriate, and it could still pass, and it'd be fine.
Right.
That's our process, but I appreciate the receptiveness to that change, so thank you.
Other comments? Okay. Did you want to talk about any miscellaneous items here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we do have miscellaneous items. These amendments themselves are not related to each other, but they've rather been identified by city staff as things that could use amending for greater clarity or to avoid confusion for zoning ordinance users. The first of these relates to the use interpretation for warehouse and freight movement. Use interpretations in the zoning ordinance in section 3.4 are organized by major categories, so commercial, industrial, institutional, and so on. For some reason, warehouse and freight movement is listed under commercial use groups, even though it's really an industrial use. This amendment moves the existing text from commercial use groups to industrial use groups. The text itself, as you see in your packet, stays the same. It's just moved to a different section where it's more intuitive, where it really belongs better. This potential amendment here clears up an inconsistency in the ordinance. Accessory dwelling units used to require a special use permit from City Council. A special use permit, SUP, is no longer required for this. However, there is still one mention of an SUP in one section of the ordinance. So this amendment, and again, the text is in your packets, this amendment itself removes references to the SUP for that purpose because it's just no longer valid. The Planning Commission, when the Planning Commission looked at this 2 weeks ago, Planning Commission recommended changing the text of how disabilities are referred to in this section. So, for example, to use phrases such as people with disabilities instead of disabled people, which is the current text, both in this section and in others within the ordinance where that type of text appears. So staff will go ahead and make that change to the Planning Commission's request, and we'll do that before any public hearings on this bundle. The next amendment is something that if you look through the dimensional standards charts, you might have wondered about. Dimensional standards charts are charts that specify measurements, so for example, maximum building height or minimum required yards and so forth in different zoning districts. There's 3 of these charts in the ordinance. Now within those charts, there are some cells that say 0, there are some cells that are blank, and then some cells with these 2 dashes. It's somewhat confusing because the blanks and the dashes mean the same thing. So this amendment standardizes all such cells to be blank, and just for easier understanding, and just a little thing that could make a difference.
Does the blank mean it's not applicable?
The blank and the 2 dashes essentially mean not applicable.
I'm wondering if an NA would be more appropriate than leaving it blank.
That would be fine. We had a discussion on this issue in staff referring to, blank dashes or NA and blank 1. And I can't tell you what the vote was, but I think any of them would be fine as long as it's consistent.
It's just that if it's left blank, it leaves someone to believe that maybe there was a inadvertent omission. Councilman
I'm happy
Staley.
to second that generational mode there, so you can move forward if it helps you there.
I don't normally get this pedantic, but no comments, please. All right.
Well, it's hard not to be pedantic when the subject is blanks or dashes. I mean, that's
right.
All
right.
But I think NA would be fine. The intent is really to be standardized of something that would apply. So
okay. Councilmember Yee.
I don't know, are we allowed to ask questions about the 3.55 D1 about the fiscal disabilities thing yet, or should we wait? You have more on that?
Well, either since we're just going through it, let's go back to
that's fine.
Yeah.
So I this is cursory research, but from what I'm understanding, there are 4 types of disabilities: intellectual, physical, sensory, and mental illness. So I'm assuming that intellectual and mental illness were not what we're thinking about, but I don't know if there's an actual medical thing about sensory disabilities, which would include vision impairments and things like that. And I would want that to be included in terms of making requirements for reasonable access for mobility as for that disabled person. I don't know if you guys are more well-researched into that, but I just don't want to leave something out inadvertently.
Right, and it was not our intent to change the language of this. Our intent was just to remove the SUP text. Physical disabilities was, and I will open this up. So the current text reads that any accessory dwelling unit established for the occupancy by a disabled person shall provide for reasonable access and mobility as required for the disabled person. The measures for reasonable access and mobility shall be specified in the application for a special use permit. That was the part that was taken out. Generally, reasonable access and mobility for physically handicapped persons shall include uninterrupted access to one entrance and accessibility and usability of one bathroom. Since that second section deals specifically with physical disabilities, it's referred to as physical handicapped in the current text, we figured it would be a good idea to add, to specify physical disability in the top of the paragraph as well,
right,
to make it consistent.
I guess I'm just thinking that it seems like the literature out there distinguishes between physical disabilities and sensory disabilities, and I think what we're trying to say is if you're vision impaired, then that would be a physical disability. But what I'm saying is that just for the same purpose why we added the caveat physical disability instead of just keeping it disabilities, because we said, well, maybe mental disabilities or learning disabilities are not part of this. But for that same reason, I don't want to leave out sensory disabilities in this language, because I don't want someone, a developer, to say, well, vision impairment isn't considered a physical disability, and that's what you have in here, and so this is exempt. And I don't want that to be the case. I'm too far away? Sorry.
Okay, we will check to make sure that visual impairments and other things that may apply to this would still apply with the term physical disabilities.
Okay, I guess that's the best way to do it. Is it as long as that, vision impairment or auditory, hearing impairment, that stuff is included, then we're good. But I just don't want to have any outs, because the whole reason why we're doing it is because we were like, well, this didn't include all types of disabilities, and we're trying to caveat it as a physical disability. So I want to make sure we're capturing that.
Right, and I think what you had said earlier, and again, this part is existing in the ordinance, but what you had said earlier about not wanting to be too inclusive of things such as learning disabilities, for instance, if it was just plain disability, it could be overinterpreted.
Correct.
So
now, I have to ask, though, wouldn't ADA compliance automatically kick in anyway for all these types of building structures?
It could. This, however, this is for accessory dwelling units within an existing household. So it would be something that wasn't necessarily built with ADA compliance.
Right. Okay. Then even more the important reason why I want to make sure we track that down, to include people with hearing or visual impairments. Thank you.
Okay. Now, this here is an instance where one of the zoning ordinances, commercial zones, was left off of a list. This regards where residential mixed use, and that's a type of building use, is allowed within the Transition Overlay District. Transition Overlay District is the area surrounding Old Town. The current text says that mixed use is allowed, as it says, where the underlying zoning is the CL CO, CR, or CG district. CU, which is commercial urban, should be on that list. The CU zone was established in the zoning ordinance rewrite, was established to provide urban mixed-use developments around the downtown area. So this amendment adds that zone to a section where it really should have been from the beginning. If you go and look at our zoning ordinance map right now, you won't find the CU zone because currently it is not mapped. That means that there are no properties that are CU zoned. Anything CU zone would be a new development that would have to rezone to that district. This does not change the rezoning process. It does not change the regulations. It just adds CU zone to this one specific area so that there's not a conflict should the city get an application in the TOD for the CU zone and a mixed-use building. Continuing with the miscellaneous amendments in the ordinance's landscaping section, there are details about features that need to be screened from view of public areas, public right-of-ways. Among them is trash receptacles and service areas. A few examples in the zoning text are provided, so for example, recycling containers, medical waste bins, and so forth. It's not an exclusive list, it's a list of examples so folks can understand it easier. But dumpsters should be on that list. Dumpsters are the biggest trash receptacles. Dumpster screening currently is required, but this amendment would add dumpsters to this list of examples, so it's clear to applicants, to property owners, what is meant. That's the top half of the screen here. The bottom half deals with another amendment, once more going back to certificates of appropriateness. Right now there is an exemption for ordinary yard maintenance, and then it goes on to describe what that is, but the word yard here really doesn't belong because the rest of the text in this subsection just refers to general maintenance, not yards. So this amendment removes the word yard from the text in this one subsection. This amendment here is a much different topic. There is a section of the zoning ordinance, which is section 6.8, that deals with the requirements for different types of site plans. Now, site plans are the big comprehensive overview of properties being developed. The city has customarily required a 2-year warranty bond, as described here. But the current wording is very vague on this, and it leads to some confusion within the development process. This amendment adds a subsection to the guarantees of improvement section under site plans, and it specifies the warranty bond details. These details are standard for these type of development projects already. This puts this information in the zoning ordinance so that applicants are aware exactly of what is standard for these projects.
Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear, this is not a change to what we were doing. It is just specifying exactly the same thing we've been doing and making it clear.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the 2-year period would begin on the date that the performance bond has been discharged by the city.
As far as I know, that is correct. If someone in the audience can, okay.
Okay.
As far as I know, that is correct. This is not something that I've dealt with operationally.
Okay. Have we had any circumstances where the absence of the 2-year period has been a problem?
No, it's been more it's been more like questions. So the city's bond administrator talks to applicants. Applicants frequently say, "We didn't see anything about this in the zoning ordinance. Is it required?" He will explain, "Yes, it is required." It's never been. Nobody has ever said, "No, I won't do it because it's not in the zoning ordinance." And we can point to other sections of the ordinance that kind of obliquely reference this. It would just make his job much easier to have this specifically defined here.
All right. Okay, thanks.
So these last two slides here deal with revisions to definitions. The first of these is the definition of food truck. So right now, the food truck definition, and what you see on the screen is the current definition, the definition is rather imprecise as to the type of vehicle. So the definition reads, any readily movable mobile food service establishment to include vehicles or trailers that are self-propelled, pushed, or pulled to a specific location. Now that's it. Recently, staff has been faced with the question of whether someone selling food from a regular passenger-type vehicle would be considered a food truck. Now, that's not what's really intended with the food truck use standards. There's an entire section of the zoning ordinance that deals just with food trucks. It's in section 355 of accessory use standards, deals with things like locations of where they can operate, for example, construction sites, hours of operation, number of trucks on a site, other operational standards. What's really intended from all of that detail in the accessory use standard is a food truck that is a specially designed truck that is made for serving food. An example of somebody selling food from a passenger car would really fall under the city code section of peddling or itinerant merchants. But more detail isn't specified, and it would be helpful to have that detail here to distinguish what is a food truck from what is an itinerant merchant. So the revised draft definition emphasizes specifically designed and equipped for such purpose. So it would read, any readily movable mobile food service establishment engaged in the preparation and or retail sale of food and or beverages from a vehicle or trailer specifically designed and equipped for such purpose that is driven or towed to a specific location. It's hoped that this would clarify what is classified as a food truck and again make that distinction between food truck and peddling more precise. And finally, this last revision deals with research and development. And research and development is listed as an industrial use. Unlike other industrial uses, research and development is allowed as a special use in some commercial zones. Now, the zoning ordinance has a definition of R&D, which is what you see here. Zoning ordinance also has a use interpretation under section 3.4. Confusingly, they're rather different. The use interpretation in section 3.4 relates mostly to industrial and manufacturing businesses. The definition that we see here is much broader. It includes things like software, like communication, GIS systems, and so on, which are really office-type uses. It's created some confusion because there have been businesses that have come in that have been, for example, software development, who have wondered if they're an R&D use. The answer is you don't want to be an R&D use because it requires a special use permit to go into an office building. So it's important for these two essential definitions to be similar. The purpose of this use to begin with is to provide for flexibility for what is considered high value added light industrial businesses. It's really the use interpretation in 3.4 that's much more fitting. So this proposed amendment modifies the definition. It's always great when we see a modification like this that makes the ordinance shorter. But it takes out all of this language and it just says see section 341G4. This isn't unusual. There are a lot of other definitions in the ordinance that refer directly to another section. But this will clarify the ordinance's intent on what is research and development and what is just a regular office use. And that's it. So as you all may know from previous amendment processes, tonight's work session is really towards the beginning of this process. As I had mentioned earlier, Planning Commission did hold a work session on these potential amendments back on May 9th. And as for what's coming next, if the Planning Commission wishes to move ahead with this amendment package, the Commission can formally initiate a zoning text amendment at one of its upcoming meetings. If that is the case, then the actual public hearings on this amendment bundle would likely come in July. So that concludes staff's presentation, and again, we're available to answer questions either on these miscellaneous amendments or on anything that we discussed tonight.
Colleagues, any other comments before we close on this item? All right, thank you. We'll look forward to seeing something in late, I guess in July, before we go to on recess.
All righty, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I am going to reconvene our regular meeting this evening. Oh, I'm sorry. It's getting late. We're still in a work session. My apologies. Item number 3 is a discussion on the 4th area, small area plan. Mr. Napty, you are waiting patiently. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer and members of the council. Hopefully this will be a fairly quick item. As the City Council is aware, the comprehensive plan identifies 5 activity centers in the city and recommends that we prepare small area plans for each of those 5 activity centers with the goal of building consensus and vision for those areas, identifying needs and obstacles, providing clear direction for public and private investment, and enabling proactive marketing. With 3 of those small area plans either completed or underway, the purpose of tonight's discussion is for staff to receive guidance on how to proceed with the 4th small area plan. As a quick refresher on what a small area plan is, the state code definition is provided here, but essentially a small area plan is a component of the comprehensive plan that focuses on a particular area of the jurisdiction. So as an example here, we have the comprehensive plan on the left showing the North Fax area, or North Fax Activity Center, and the small area plan on the right. So you can see the additional level of detail that you're able to obtain by conducting a small area plan and having conversations with individual property owners, surrounding neighborhood representatives, and thinking more about the infrastructure improvements that are needed in those areas that is more difficult to do on a citywide basis. Some of the elements that we focus on with our small area plans are the desired mix of uses, building massing and placement, multimodal transportation networks, infrastructure improvements, open spaces, and design aesthetics. So this is the comprehensive plan future land use map, and the areas in purple are the 5 activity centers. And as you can see here, our first 2 small area plans for North Fax and Old Town were adopted in 2020. The third to the left for Camp Washington is underway. And so we have the remaining 2, which are Fairfax Circle, identified as number 4, and Pickett and Main, identified as number 5, still to proceed with. And we're trying to determine what our next area of focus should be. Looking back at the schedule for the small area plans, the comprehensive plan was adopted in early 2019, and we proceeded with the first 2 small area plans concurrently later in 2019, and brought them before the city council for consideration of adoption in mid 2020. We then had a brief hiatus as we were in the midst of the pandemic and trying to determine if this was a priority to continue working on or not. And by mid-2021, we decided that it was a good time to move forward. So we had discussions with the City Council and Planning Commission at that time and decided to proceed with a small area plan for the Camp Washington Activity Center, which we are now in the final phases of, and we hope to be having additional discussions with you on that project in the next couple of months. So looking forward, beginning later this year, we hope to begin on the 4th small area plan, and then moving on with the 5th one once that one is completed in the next 18 months or so. When thinking about how to prioritize which small area plan to continue with, we're proposing using the same methodology we used in the first 2 phases that we looked at, the first which identified Old Town and North Fax as priorities, and the second which identified Camp Washington. There are 5 attributes that we consider. The first is property owner interest, and property owner interest could include anything from a property owner or representative approaching the city with a simple idea or questions about future development of their property, all the way up to a project that has been approved by City Council or is under construction or completed. Impacts of continued development is how we try to analyze what the impact to an activity center might be if development continues under the status quo without the additional guidance of the small area plan. So the results could be situations where desired street connections cannot be implemented because we don't have the guidance for them. It could also mean that building configurations and lot layouts aren't exactly as we would desire through a small area plan. And so in some areas, this can be more impactful than others. The third bullet is potential development encouragement. There are certain areas of the city where redevelopment or better use of land is more desired and can be encouraged through small area plans as being a tool for those areas. The fourth bullet, economic development potential and anticipated benefits of new development. This was an item we included from the earlier phases where we recognize that economic development potential exists in all 5 of the activity centers, but particularly in Old Town, there are additional benefits to new development, so that set the Old Town Activity Center somewhat apart. And then lastly, previously identified priorities. This looks at how the city's policies and procedures over the years have looked at the various activity centers and prioritizing those that have been longer-term visions. So this is the last version of the prioritization chart that we looked at. This is when we identified Camp Washington as the next priority. You can see here we did this in early 2021. We had the North Fax and Old Town areas grayed out because they were already completed at the time. But you can see that Old Town, North Fax, and Camp Washington were all identified as high priorities based on those 5 criteria. And then over to the right, you can see that Fairfax Circle and Pickett and Main were both identified as moderate priorities based on those criteria. Since that time, we've grayed out Camp Washington since that's underway. The other change on the slide you can see is that the Pickett and Main Activity Center is now stated as a low overall priority. And the primary reason for that change of going from moderate to low is property owner interest. So I can explain why that change happened here. This shows the level of property owner interest in those 2 activity centers, Fairfax Circle and Pickett and Main, with the blue properties showing those that have been approved for redevelopment or have had recent redevelopment, and the green being those properties where we've had some kind of property owner interest. Now, where it shows property owner interest doesn't necessarily mean that we're looking at a full-scale redevelopment. It could just mean that somebody's looking at trying to improve their property, and these are just early inquiries. On the Pickett and Main area, you can see that was previously identified as property owner interest. At that time, in early 2021 and late 2020, as you can understand, the commercial market was very in flux. There were a lot of concerns just because of the scale of the, this is the Fair City Mall property, the scale of that center, the size of the spaces in there, and how difficult it could be to have those spaces occupied. As you are aware, since then, that shopping center is doing quite well. A lot of those large spaces are now occupied with strong tenants, and so there's much less concern about the long-term viability with that property. So for that reason, and the fact that there are much fewer properties in that activity center that would offset this, there is less of concern about future need for property owners or immediate need for property owners in the Pickett and Main Activity Center, whereas there's still a moderate need in the Fairfax Circle Activity Center. Looking at the other criteria, under continued development, Fairfax Circle is identified as a high priority. As you may be aware, we've had a couple of smaller redevelopments proceed in that area in the past couple of years. We've had a couple of small shopping centers built. We've had redevelopment of the McDonald's with the drive-through proposed. So those are the kind of things that may or may not be in concert with the vision for the activity center. And so if development progresses without additional guidance, there is more concern about the long-term viability, where there's less of a concern in that area for Pickett and Main. For encouragement, there are several properties in the Fairfax Circle Activity Center where the city has expressed a desire for better use of the properties. There are vacant properties. So that is an area where there is a higher need for using the small area plan as a tool to encourage property owners to improve their properties. In Pickett, Maine, as we mentioned, the Fair City Mall property is doing very well with tenants. The other two large shopping centers in that activity center are also doing quite well, so it's less of a concern there. Economic development benefits, as I mentioned, this really separated Old Town as far as being a kind of a cultural destination, whereas we can see economic development benefit across all the activity centers, so those all remain moderate. And then previously identified in the comprehensive plan, North Fairfax and Old Town were both specifically identified as priorities, so those are shown as high. Camp Washington and Fairfax Circle are identified as moderate because, along with North Fairfax, those were included in the Fairfax Boulevard Master Plan from the 2000s and identified as nodes for encouraging redevelopment. The Pickett and Main Activity Center, however, was not identified in that plan or any previous plans for being strongly desirable for mixed-use development. This was first introduced under that concept with the adoption of the city's current comprehensive plan. One other thing I wanted to mention, two other things actually. In the Fairfax Circle Activity Center, the city is proceeding with a technical assistance panel offered by the Virginia Urban Land Institute, focusing on the southwest quadrant of this area. This will, if completed, would help inform the small area plan for that activity center. It doesn't necessarily mean that Fairfax Circle has to be the next activity center to move forward. It just shows that there is interest in that area. I also wanted to mention that, as you are probably aware, the Public Works Department last year completed a study of the Fairfax Circle intersection. This was a high-level study that introduced concepts for improvements to that intersection with the idea that that study would help inform the small area plan as well. Again, doesn't necessarily mean that that has to happen next, just shows a level of interest in Fairfax Circle. So based on the criteria stated above, city staff's recommendation is that we proceed with Fairfax Circle as the next small area plan. We had a discussion with the Planning Commission last night where they concurred with this recommendation. The Planning Commission also had some additional items for your consideration. We don't have to make any decisions on these items tonight, but we wanted you to be aware of them for future consideration. One was to consider extending the study area for the Fairfax Circle small area plan to the north of Fairfax Boulevard. This should say west of Fairfax Circle, so this is in the area to the east of Draper Drive, where the Wawa is under development, and there's the interest for the homeless shelter in that area. Another comment that came from the Planning Commission was considering the level of effort required for the Pickett and Main Activity Center when that does come. And this is the framework of this comment was essentially considering whether or not we would need to have a consultant have the same level of detail provided for the activity center. I believe the perspective is that we could probably take an easier approach to that just based on the level of interest in there in that time, but that also can be considered at a later date. So that's all we have for the staff presentation on this. We're welcome any comments, and we appreciate your feedback.
Okay, comments from my colleagues. Recommendation is that we would prioritize Fairfax Circle first.
Yes.
And is there a thumbs up pretty much on that? Can I ask one question? Yes.
Actually, maybe two questions. You mentioned two efforts already underway down there. One would be the ULI effort regarding the shopping center to the west of Fairfax Circle, and presumably that area would be part of this area plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the time on that ULI study? And then the other one was what is the anticipated conclusion of the effort looking at the Fairfax Circle analysis that you mentioned?
The timing for the ULI TAP that is anticipated to occur in August. Once the panel occurs, if it's accepted by the city, then they would prepare a report to submit to us, which would take 2 to 3 months. And so we think that final report should come probably in mid-fall, but we would have the recommendations before then as well. On the Fairfax Circle study, that study is complete. It was a very high-level kind of first-round study with some conceptual ideas. There were 3 options that were proposed, and the idea is that through the small area plan, that would help refine that and hopefully proceed with one of those 3 options.
All right. Did we, or can we get a copy of that report so that we, so the area plan?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Oh, no. Did we get are we going to get a copy of that analysis? You said the upper level or higher level analysis of the Fairfax Circle. Are we going to get a copy of that report, or can we get a copy of that report, please?
We can send you a link to it, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I had.
Okay. As you move forward, could I simply call the staff's attention to, when you're thinking about the northwest quadrant at the circle, to study the Vibe Creative District in the city of Virginia Beach. This was an area of Virginia Beach for many, many years was quasi-industrial, lots of repair shops, lots of small fabrication shops, etc. And then in the evenings after 5 o'clock, the place was completely dead. And the city said that was a lot of square footage or acreage in the city that was simply not being maximized. So they created this, what they call a Vibe District. And they made a presentation to the Virginia Municipal League about 5 or 6 years ago. Very exciting, very creative, very different. And it wasn't saying that they were replacing all the businesses that were there, but it was looking for opportunities to use the same spaces in different ways, or the air rights above certain spaces in different ways at different times of the like in the evenings or on weekends. And of course, Virginia Beach is different from the city of Fairfax, I know, but if you could take a look at that, study that a bit, and see as we move forward in thinking creatively about Fairfax Circle, and especially the northwest quadrant, that there might be some ways of leveraging what we have there without sacrificing the businesses that are already there. Okay. Any other comments, colleagues, to the staff on this one? Okay, thank you, Mr. Knapp.
Thank you.
Now, I think I can say with a little bit more accuracy that we will reconvene our regular meeting, and I will welcome council comments, and I will begin by recognizing Councilmember Harmon.
Yes, well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments will be brief, but I just wanted to say, as I'm sure we all are, that I am outraged by today's events that happened in Texas with the shooting in the elementary school there. This happens far too often in this country, and I just hope that we can all figure out ways to try to mitigate these type of actions going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo my colleague, Mr. Harmon's comments, and I have no other comments. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Staley.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. A couple notes here. So first off, every year the Virginia Municipal League invites 7th graders from across the state to submit their ideas on how to improve their town or city as part of the If I Were Mayor contest. I had the privilege yesterday of attending the City of Falls Church Council meeting and to present 2 awards, both for students at Mary Ellen Henderson Middle School. The first was our Region 5 winner, Rose Weatherly, and her teacher is Mr. Buck. The second was the President's Award. I can share with everyone here that I got to read them all not knowing who they were, and the winner of the President's Award was Charlotte Liu, and her teacher, Miss Amos, was actually present there as well, and so we're very pleased to share that with them. I'm also pleased to announce that all of the essay winners will be featured in the May issue of the VML magazine, and so you can read their issues. Charlotte's was very persuasive. Their task was to identify a problem and talk to someone else about it and propose a solution, and hers focused actually on composting. So it was an excellent area there. And then a quick note of thanks for those who may be aware is graduation season. George Mason conferred over 9,000 degrees over the weekend. President Washington stood on stage, and many people had the privilege of receiving a hood on Friday. If you are looking for some excellent reading, I highly recommend the following dissertation, Does That Make Sense? A Mixed Method Study Investigating High School Physics Students' Use of Metacognition While Solving Physics Problems, presented by none other than Dr. Stephanie Staley, now PhD. Thank you, Mayor Martin.
Councilmember Lim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to follow my comments with Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Yee. These children that senseless death today, they're like 8, 9, 10 years old, 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. And most of them are Hispanic, and they're from a very low-income household, right? I'm sure when these families moved here to U.S., I'm sure they were looking for much better opportunities, not ever imagining that something like this could ever happen. And God forbid if something like this ever happened to our city. I know that, we're going to be using orange color at the water park for the Gun Awareness Week and all, but there must be something that we could do that's more substantial. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've touched on the terrible tragedy that happened today. I share that. But I wanted to also mention a few other items that I think are important to our community. One is the mayor and I had the honor, and I believe Mr. Staley was there as well, attending the annual fire department annual awards ceremony this weekend. Mr. Stalzer was there as well. We really have an exemplary fire as well as law enforcement agency in our community. One number that I walked away with was that 70%, I believe, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, and I have been wrong in the past, but 70% of the calls by the fire department are medically related. And if you think about that for a moment, how important it is for all of us when we have a medical emergency in our home, whether it's a seemingly minor emergency or a more life-threatening kind of emergency, how we have the kind of response and the kind of attention to detail we have in our fire department and through our medical unit. It is phenomenal. And it was really exciting to see new members joining the fire department on being sworn in to uphold and to carry out their duties. And to see the number of people in our fire department that have been long-term, some short-term, but the kind of service and recognition they deserved on Sunday. It was really inspiring. I encourage all of us to remember how important our fire and our law enforcement personnel are, not just in an emergency, but every day doing their work. And thank them if you see them. It was really an inspiring event. A number of new business openings in the city, and I think you've all, or many of you, have been hearing of new stores opening in Fair City Mall. The Sierra and Home Goods store opened last week, as well as the Kathy Higgins Art Gallery in the city. Our good partners at the Chamber of Commerce were there, I think, at every one of them and helped with honoring those businesses, and we're grateful for that kind of support and that kind of exciting business community we still have in the city going on, and it's really exciting. And there are more coming up. We'll have another one tomorrow. It's Memorial Day weekend coming up. This year there will be a change. I will not be the first one in the pool at Country Club Hills. I think I've reached that point in my life where, with my children and my grandson grown up, I don't need to show them that I can still jump in the pool opening day. So, this is the beginning of the summer season for many families. Please be safe. We know that summertime, more people are out. They're participating sometimes in risky activities, challenging activities. There will be a Rock the Block concert this weekend. There'll be a Ride of the Patriots next Monday. A lot of outdoor events. Please be careful. Driving, biking, walking, whatever you're doing, swimming. And then finally, Monday is I believe it's Monday, no, next Tuesday is our Fairfax High School graduation at the high school. A number of us will be participating in that event. Again, a very inspirational day for our seniors. Congratulations to every one of them for accomplishing their graduation from high school and for their families that supported them along the way. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, all of you, for your comments, and there's nothing more I can really add to what has been said about the situation in Texas. So we'll just, it's kind of a solemn situation, and we will continue to try and discern a path forward as a community, as a nation. So with that, I'm going to say that we are adjourned. Thank you.